material because the process to like your honorarium need like attendance, the academic material like PowerPoint. Okay, I have sent you first three. I have sent, haven't I? So today's I'll send you later. And anything else you need? No, I have, yeah, you have sent me for Monday and Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm not available. Monday, I've sent you an email. Check your email. I did send you change timing because the time you have sent me, I am in a meeting that time. So Wednesday will not be possible. Thursday or Friday we can do. We can do it Monday and then Thursday or Friday. Check your email. I have responded to everything. Yeah, yeah. I am on Zoom. Okay, bye. Bye. Bye.
Good morning, Prof. Reka.
Good morning. How are you there?
I'm good, Prof. How about you, Prof?
Perfectly all right. Had some busy days, but yeah, all good. It's cold here. You can see me wearing a shawl, but otherwise, okay.
Good morning, Prof. Reka.
Good morning. How are you, Sri?
I'm fine. How about you?
Good, thanks. Good, thanks.
In the campus or?
No. Today I'm working from home. Deliberately, I did working from home because of this lecture. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Reka. Okay, but we can start, Prof. Reka, but not
definitely. I'm ready.
Please stop it, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Marmoah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Good morning and warm greetings to everyone. Honorable the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Professor Dr. Imam Sujadi, the Head of the Master Program in Primary School Education, Professor Dr. Sri Marmoah, our distinguished speaker, Professor Reka Cole from Curtin University, Australia, esteemed lecturers, and all participants who joining us today. First of all, let us express our gratitude to the Almighty God for His blessing that allowing us to gather in this academic event, the final session of Visiting Top Professor 2026 that entitled STEM Education in Primary Schools, Preparing Teachers for 21st Century Science Learning. We are honored to conclude this distinguished series with a discussion that highlights the importance of preparing future teachers to meet the demand of 21st century science learning through STEM education. And my name is Natanya Janani Haryanto, and I'm honored to serve you as the Master of Ceremony and the moderator for today's event. To begin our program, we will listen to the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, and followed by Mars UNS. We kindly invite all participants to listen respectfully. Thank you for your attention, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin to the main event, that presentation by Professor Reka Cole that entitled STEM Education in Primary Schools, Preparing Teacher for 21st Century Science Learning. This topic is highly relevant as STEM education continues to play a vital role in equipping young learners in critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, and problem-solving skills needed in the 21st century. Without further ado, the time is yours, Prof. Reka.
Thank you very much, Natanya. You have been excellent all through.
Thank you, Prof.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, Prof. I
Yes.
can see it clearly.
Yeah. Just a minute. First of all, good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming today for this session. And while I was reflecting back on what can be done in preparing primary school children for and teachers with 21st century skills, like how teachers can be prepared, I did in my past two lectures, I did give an account of few of the projects which we have already done either in Australia or even in Indonesia, where we worked with teachers, pre-service teachers, and then students, where students were taught by the way of inquiry and giving them 21st century skills. But as a new lecture, I thought it would be good for us to revisit what is STEM education and what are we trying to do or achieve by STEM education. As I would have already talked about it, where STEM came from, it was started in US where they wanted to integrate few subjects. And before that, STEM did start somewhere in early 90s. Before that, we were also talking of in educational circles, there was a lot of emphasis on integration, and science, technology, and mathematics were evident subjects in schools, but engineering still is not a primary school or even high school curriculum. But engineering was, you know, put in between some in certain curriculums. We do integrate A as arts and call it STEAM education, and there have been lots of projects in Indonesia itself. But I would request all teachers and all listeners here not to get illusioned or disillusioned by the name of STEM, but what should happen in this education is where we employ interdisciplinary approach to learning. The learning is not siloed, but we do bring in different disciplines, which can be science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or anything else as well, like arts. Like in our university, our previous vice chancellor called it STEM, M with two, like acronym with two M's, and did incorporate medicine in it. So wherever we are using interdisciplinary education approach to learning, we we call it learning by inquiry, where students are given a chance to be innovative, or they are solving a problem. That becomes a STEM education. And what else do we do in STEM education is it is the what is being learned, there is a connection between the classroom learning and real world problems. And through this STEM education, as teachers, we try to promote creativity and collaboration. As Nathania earlier said, she talked about the 4 C's, and we will come to those, which are called the 21st century learning skills. And we are making teachers ready for 21st century teaching, and students in return get those 21st century learning skills for the skills needed in 21st workforce. As I think in my first lecture, I said the students who are joining university today will be working in jobs which are not yet created. That means what we are teaching them in university may not be applicable in the jobs they will be working. So they have to become lifelong learners, which happens through the 4 C's, where we will come upon you. why does STEM education matter for primary school? Because if we don't create curiosity for scientific thinking in students early on, they will never be curious. They will be used to learning, or they will be cramming things, putting them in the papers, and not learning actually. And for science, curiosity is very, very important. Unless they are curious, they will not learn. They will not know the knowledge. And through this curiosity, they will develop the foundational problem-solving skills. What is curiosity will arise only if there is a problem. How do we solve it? And for solving that, they have to be innovative and creative. So through STEM education, we do enhance, or we encourage students to be creative and innovative. And for being innovative, they have to think critically and have that analytical thinking. Critical thinking is fine, but in critical thinking, students can have wrong solutions or correct solutions. For correct solutions, they have to be analytical thinker. And keeping in view, we are giving them projects. We encourage them to work in groups, work with their peers. That does develop their collaborative skills, how to collaborate with others, and how to communicate with others. There is lots of, I hear even from parents of students I teach, is why does my child have to do group work? But when we go in the work join as a workforce, they have to work in groups. So isn't it better that we teach them these skills from early on, because we are all human beings and we can't exist in isolation. And we need to work collaboratively. And for that collaboration, we do need communication skills. And when we give these skills to our students, we see that they are ready for the careers of the future. So as long as we expose our students to STEM positively, sorry. So early exposure to STEM positively influences their long-term academic achievement and career interest. There is also a lot of published research, which is saying that students develop their career aspirations between the age of, or before the age of 12. So if we expose them to STEM, they will have interest in STEM and they will develop this interest, and keeping in view more and more STEM jobs will be developing. I did talk about it in my previous lecture that Indonesia has more STEM jobs than STEM graduates. So you will need to prepare your students in STEM fields early on. And when I talked about jobs, you have that early age dividend, which needs to be filled in. So when we talk about 21st century skills, what are they? We need train our students to think critically. They be creative and innovative. They should be able to work collaboratively. Look at yourselves, even if you are working in a school situation or a university situation, look at how many projects you can't do all by yourself. And for collaboration, we do need good communication skills. But now coming beyond these 4 C's, all students will need digital literacy because we are working in a community or a world where digital literacy is paramount and necessary. You and I could not have been communicating with each other without access to digital literacy. And as I talked about lifelong learning, that means we do need adaptability and resilience. You can't learn new skills without being resilient and adaptable to whatever new is developing in the world. And for that, we do need problem-solving abilities. And it doesn't start from students. It starts from the teacher myself. And if I have all these skills, I can teach these skills by example to students, to my students in primary schools. And if I am advocating these skills in the classroom, I can promote active learning and incorporate authentic learning experiences. What's that? Authentic learning is what is being taught in the classroom has direct relevance of those examples to students' everyday life. We do say that primary school teachers' role is changing. Is it changing? I don't know. Because in traditional role, teacher was seen as facilitator of learning, and they were delivering the information, whatever I was taught when I was in the primary classroom, I was delivering in the classroom, and the teaching was very, very teacher-centered. But what has happened over the years or decades, I would say it is not new, at least for last 20 years now, since STEM or collaborative teaching has come into being, and in Western, countries, even before the STEM bandwagon started, I would say constructivism came into being, is teacher is seen as facilitating inquiry, is floating a problem in the class, and students are supposed to lead that project and see what can be finding meaningful responses to those questions, where teacher will be facilitating inquiry, looking at when students are investigating a problem, the teacher will have to only guide, not exactly dictate what is to be done. While they are guiding investigation, they are encouraging collaboration. So teacher may have to either ask students to make their own groups or set up groups from time to time. It depends upon what is the problem. If it's a problem which students will do over a period of few weeks, teacher can set up the groups. But when next activity comes, as an experienced teacher, I would encourage them to change the groups, not to stick with, so that students have an opportunity to interact with different students and learn from different ways of thinking. A teacher can ask them or look at what sort of technologies students will use in finding a solution for this problem. Are they using AI, or would they use a simple Google search? Or will they go to a research gate or a research problems finding? Because whenever they are um, investigating, first thing would be going on to internet and finding solutions. So what sort of technology are they integrating? And are they using simulations? And so the teacher's role will be only facilitator, not as telling them what is to be done. And in that role, are they supporting creativity, and how are they supporting creativity, which would be asking meaningful questions instead of giving them answers, asking those questions which will lead to innovation. And we will come to, so in a way, teachers become designers of meaningful learning experiences because they are asking them those difficult questions. So what are the characteristics of effective STEM teaching? We can use inquiry-based approaches, and in our pre-service teacher training here at Curtin University, we have 3 units for primary school teachers, which are based on inquiry way of teaching, our inquiry way of learning. And for that inquiry-based approaches, it's very, very important for teachers to know what sort of questions to ask. I was visiting a country, and there I was told by the director of an research institute, that we ran a workshop on asking questions. And would you like to go and observe the classroom in action? I did go. Teachers were encouraged to ask questions. But when I went into that classroom, what I found, that teacher was asking questions, but all those questions were recall questions. Recall questions are not exploring anything. So it is very important for teachers to ask questions where students will have to apply the knowledge they have, where they will have to think critically. And I think I did talk about the type of questioning in, I think it was day 1 of my lecture with you. And specifically, when it comes to STEM education, are they integrating multiple disciplines? In this case, can be STE, possibly A and M, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, arts, and how are they integrating? It doesn't have to be all the subjects of STEM. It can be at least 2 of them have to be integrated. Then teachers, they should be promoting hands-on learning. If there is an inquiry happening, are they doing something like hands-on? And if you recall I did talk about the Makerspace project, which was done in Indonesia, where students were asked to make things themselves. And is it contributing to some of the real world solving tasks? And we did talk about what you call is the design thinking project, where the Indonesian students looked at real world problems. Um, Foster inclusive and equitable classroom. This is very, very important because in every classroom we have students of different abilities, different requirements, are students' different needs being looked after because different students learn differently. So if a student, but what we have seen is if it is a hands-on working, most students will learn more. Then this is not compulsory, but if any digital tool is being incorporated, is it being incorporated effectively? A few years back, I think it was in 2020, I got subscription to a simulated program developed by a company in UK and gave access to our pre-service teachers. And because in School of Education, to our pre-service teachers, we teach them mostly, don't teach them science content, we teach them science pedagogies. And for content, some of the teachers said we don't get enough instruction in content. So they were given this access to simulation so that they can get more access to science content. At end of the year when we contacted those students, they didn't like it. So in a way, it was a failure for me and my group where we didn't use the digital tool effectively. So for any STEM teacher, it has to be, if they're using a digital tool, do use it effectively. And it's okay. Sometimes we can have successes, sometimes not. Not being successful is also learning. It's learning for teachers as well as for students. So as we talked about, inquiry was the first one. So what do we do as teachers when we are using inquiry as a way of learning? First thing would be asking questions. So what sort of questions are we asking? As I talked about in one of my last lectures, where recall questions, we can start with recall questions, but more than that, it would be looking at where they can apply the knowledge. It doesn't have to be yes or no answer. It has to be, if you are asking a question or asking them question, what do you think about this problem? And why so? Not that your thinking is wrong or right. Instead, why do you think so? And how is it going to, solve the problem? Like I told you, when I went to a school and they said, we will turn the water upside down. And my question was, how are you going to turn the whole ocean upside down when they were working on cleaning the oil spills? So those questions are very important. And after that, how are you going to investigate that problem? For investigating problem, they will have to go and collect evidence. This evidence can be through literature, can be online, going into the field, like if it is, we are talking about, if we are talking about environment, and someone tells me, I can take a picture of a jungle in 2020 on 1970s. How did the jungle look like in a part of Solo? And how does it look like now? Has vegetation decreased? And that is an evidence. A tree which was really blooming 10 years back and is looking dry now because the road has been developed by the side of those trees. That is an evidence. So, or how much rain we used to have 25 years back and how the rain gauge has decreased. That is an evidence. And then once we have that evidence, based on that evidence, that findings can be analyzed, whether it has increased, decreased, it has gone positively or negatively, and then explaining it. That explanation can happen on a paper, and students can, submit it to teacher for, marking and all, or teacher can make them present it in, if it's a group work, to rest of the class, rest of the school, or further ahead. So what are benefits of inquiry is keeping in view, students go through cycles of it. It is not, the information is not just given to them. It deepens their conceptual understanding of the problem. It encourages the engagement with other students, and you develop scientific literacy, which is the ultimate aim of STEM-based learning. Anyone having any questions so far? You can speak up or write in, chat. Nathania, you can ask them, because I feel that I'm just speaking and not sure whether I'm making sense to them.
Okay, Prof. Maybe I want to ask, based on your experiences, what are the most common challenges faced by school while implementing STEM learning, Prof?
I'm coming to that. That's a part of my presentation.
Okay.
I'll come to that. And yeah, so that means we are listening. Everyone is listening. So come on, I'll go more ahead. So this is one of the challenges. Integrating technology in STEM classrooms. It is important because, but it can be challenging at times if teacher is not well versed with the technologies and doesn't know what technology is best for what sort of problem. I'm pretty sure you would have heard of TPAC or PCK. PCK is pedagogy and pedagogical knowledge, and which was given, and then Mishra and Kula came up with the TPAC model, which is technology pedagogical content knowledge. So which technologies will be best suited for which topic? Not every technology will apply to every other topic. But as I said, different technologies which can be used in STEM classrooms can be interactive simulation. Simulations have shown very, very effective while you're teaching physiology. As I told you, I got prescription to a simulation website. It didn't work. My students didn't like it. But if we have a good simulation, which is interactive, can work. Coding and robotics is another one which we can use and is being used in STEM classroom. There are lots of educational apps these days, and these are free. The simple apps like on your smartphones are apps like where apps are recognizing and which can be very, very effective for primary teaching is you take the app closer to the tree and it tells you what sort of plant it is. And then that plant, the app has all the details about this plant. You take these apps close to stones, and app automatically recognizes what type of stone it is. And then it gives the characteristics of the stone. So those can be very, very effective for primary school teachers. Not all students need smartphones. It's the teacher's smartphone they can have, or you can have it on, iPad and take it around. There are virtual laboratories. I'm not pretty sure whether they can be used for primary school classrooms in Curtin University. I know for sure in chemical engineering, students have to do certain experiments, and they have only 2 stations or 4 stations, and all students can't do that experiment at the same time. So what university has done, they've done virtual laboratories, and students can book a time and do the experiments from comfort of their home. The experiment is actually happening in the lab, but they are seeing it on their screen and they're recording the recordings. Those sorts of things can be done. There are lots of artificial intelligence tools, and they can be incorporated in the classroom. Like you can ask a question to students and then say, let's see what Copilot says about it. They don't have to accept it, but that becomes a starting point where their discussion can start. And then there are many learning management systems. I don't know what you people use in Curtin University. We are currently using Blackboard, but Blackboard is shutting their door towards end of 2026, and we will be moving to Canvas. One of the most commonly used LMS, learning management system, is Moodle. And for your information, Moodle was developed in Curtin University when I was a student by Martin Dugias. Martin and I, we were enrolled in a unit together where he guinea pigged the Moodle on us. So what happens through this technology is we can make personalized learning. Like if we have a learning management system, there are many programs, and we effectively use Padlet within the Blackboard or Canvas, where every student is being given one board, and they put their learning there. It becomes very easy for teachers to look at what students are doing. Or you can give them one board to each group where they collaborate, they create, and in return, they develop digital competence, because it's very naive of us to think that we will remain without digital competencies. Without digital competencies, our students can be successful. And that is for me to think twice. The other bit can be engineering design process in primary schools, which I did run a project with you, which we call design thinking, where students go. There are many, many models of design thinking, but what they do in design thinking, identify a problem, think of blue sky, solutions, and imagine solutions, plan and design, then test it, and then based on that, improve the design and come up with a possible solution. I did show you some examples of that. And in classrooms, in primary school classrooms, you can ask students, give them some yardstick and ask them to build bridges with simple materials like ice cream sticks and glue. But at the same time, you should have, the bridge has to be this much long, this much high, and hold X amount of weight. You can ask them to develop water filters or a sustainable model. And through this, they can work in groups and they will learn persistence, innovation through design challenges. I think bridges with simple materials is a good example of design thinking. You can call it a makerspace project or a design thinking project. So what's the relevance of STEM in real world? Keeping in view, in real world, we have so many sustainability problems. We can bring them to classroom, expose them to children, and ask them to find solutions for that. We can ask students to come up and go into the school garden and start a STEM project. As I said, we can have some weather investigations, keeping in view there are so many climate change problems. Then one of the major problems in the world is waste management. In past, we didn't create as much waste material. We have become a consumer society. In Indonesia, I've seen we are using lots of plastics. We are providing people with food. Every food item is wrapped in not only one, but twice. And I went to quite a few universities where food comes in packets and everyone gets a packet. I don't know, is there another way of being sustainable? How do we do that? Recycling, that waste management studies. Ask students. My solution was, can universities have a locally cooked food and it comes in homes in a pot and people put it in their plates and then plates can be washed. We are creating lots of mess for this environment. And then energy conservation projects. Now, what's happening in Middle East and Iran, they are going to be, we have been talking about lots of petrol can we have some other sources? Indonesia has a dividend of sun. How many of us will convert this sun energy, solar energy, into renewables for lighting our houses, for running our cars, or doing other jobs? And these are real world problems. I know in primary school, students can't come with big solutions, but if we introduce them very early on, and as I started thinking in my very first slide today, I talked about we make them think critically, raise them curiosity in them. They will, as they develop, they will have innovative solutions, and we will be, as teachers, our role will be to motivate them to find solutions for these problems. Now, this comes to you, Natanya, your problem, challenges. First and foremost challenge is teachers don't have confidence in teaching STEM subjects because they were not taught STEM, how to teach STEM in their pre-service teaching. A few years back, one of our colleagues, they did a project on, it was not STEM, it was on teaching of science in primary schools. What happens here in Australia, students leave high school and then come into university and train as teachers. They choose to become either primary school teachers or high school teachers. High school teachers have to do quite a few units on content knowledge. But primary school teachers, they get trained as generalist teachers because our primary school teachers, schools are one teacher system. So they have to learn all subjects. So in their training, we don't give them content knowledge, we give them more of pedagogical knowledge. And when teachers were contacted, it was found that on an average, teachers were teaching science for just 1 hour a week because the reason found was they were not confident in teaching STEM. So where does it come? It comes to the teacher training or then professional development later on. I'm really extremely sorry that I can't be with you physically and I'm delivering these lectures. Had I been able to, because it's not your fault, it's my university which is not allowing me to travel at this time. But my intention was to come physically, and what I would have made you do some hands-on activities, which then you would go into the classrooms and do it. That's why I gave some examples in my last lecture. And that comes, it's either the teacher training or professional development. Then again, it doesn't generally happen in primary schools, but it may be happening in Indonesia. The curriculum is this big. And if we are asking them to do hands-on activities, it takes time. And teachers are not able to cover all the curriculum within the time they are given. Sometimes, which should not happen in primary schools, it is difficult to integrate different disciplines. And especially if teachers have not mastered the art of integrating, that means we are saying that in STEM, collaboration is very important. But if teacher, a science and a maths teacher, are not able to collaborate with themselves. Or sometimes it can happen that teachers don't have access to technology. Like I said, that teachers can ask students to go and research online if they don't have access to internet or something like that. Or the required apps, but these apps are free these days. It's not possible that they won't be able to do. So the main challenge is for teachers to find the right technology for the right problem. And for these, how can these challenges be addressed? Is finding the systemic support. If a teacher needs a specific technology, is school or the education department ready to give them that technology? And if a maths teacher is reluctant to collaborate with science teacher, can the leadership of the school facilitate that collaboration? These solutions are very simple, but someone has to have that vision. I can give you one example. This morning only, when I opened my computer, I had a problem, an email from one of my lecturers who is running, again, a STEM unit. And we use LMS, as I said, Blackboard. On Blackboard, the learning materials, the students are provided with some learning, but to facilitate learning, I have put them in PowerPoints. And PowerPoints are uneditable because otherwise students or teachers will mess up with them. And this student is saying that I print the PowerPoints and then read them. I don't read them on screen. And this student, when they are printing them, the quality of visibility is decreasing because they are printing it in black and white. And they're asking us for a solution. I said, go and print them in color. Curtin University, we give them free printing. Go and print it in color. That's simple solution. So you have to be innovative and think what we can do, or what I will do if that doesn't suit the student. We will download and email editable version to students. There can be simple solutions, but people do make it difficult sometimes. Now, if we have to prepare teachers for STEM education, what do we need to do? As I said, what I've done in these 3 units, there is pedagogical knowledge, but I have incorporated the content knowledge as well. Give them STEM content knowledge and the pedagogical knowledge, and then the skills, how we can integrate technology in the content and the pedagogy. So in a way, TPAT model comes into being. Teach them how can inquiry-based teaching strategies be incorporated in the classrooms. And I've given you so many examples till now. Now we are doing this, but one of the fallbacks happens is, how do we assess it? Develop a rubric. What are you trying to look for students? And that rubric, I think I did run a session on assessments with you, has to be all incorporative of what you're trying for your students to develop. And in that, if we can integrate collaborative teaching practices where, different teachers come together and teach together, it can be mainly science, maths, and technology teachers, bring in some engineering elements in it. And what's more important, after every iteration, teachers reflect back on their teaching and what have they learned from it. And if teachers are not reflecting, they are not improving. If students are not reflecting, they are not improving. And again, it comes to the pre-service teaching is how are we incorporating or preparing our STEM teachers for 21st century. The teachers who are already in the system will need professional development, but the teachers who are still in the universities should have all these skills. And I'm not only talking about the pre-service teachers, teacher educators like me, we have to be reflecting on our practice continuous. And as I said, that will go to the, for in-service teachers, we will have to, and which we are doing, I'm doing here in Australia as well as I do in multiple countries. We develop workshops and training programs for in-service teachers. We develop collaborative communities. I have developed quite a few communities of practice, which I showed you on the Makerspace website. We have a community of practice in India, in Indonesia, here in Australia, and they learn from each other. There is a lot of mentoring and coaching happening, and it's really good to have some action research projects where what worked and what didn't work through, and so we learn from each other. What worked in Indonesia, I should be open to check whether it works for me here. Currently, I am planning to run a workshop in Africa. I've never been to Africa other than Mauritius, but it will be in Rwanda and Uganda. And let's see what works there. As for energy, it's again energy resource management. And we should be publishing on that. Action research, because in action research, we are reflecting on what worked and what did not work. What did not work, we will improve on it. And can we develop online professional learning platforms? Yes, which we have, and I have shown those to you in my previous lectures. And through this continuous professional development, the quality of STEM teaching will improve and is improving. One of the, which I did touch this morning, but as we are talking about STEM education or any education, we have to be careful the parts of our community are not left behind. Our education has to be equitable and we have to include every child. There was a program in US, they started it somewhere in 90s, and they said no child left behind, but didn't succeed because the same educational model was tested on every child. If we are giving activities to teachers that you should be implementing them in your school. I know of Indonesia, it's an archipelago of what, 10,000 islands? And every island has its own culture. If the activity is not authentic, or if I'm getting an American activity to be rolled out in an Indonesian school, it's not going to happen. So we have to make it equitable and inclusive. That means if a child has some limitation, they don't speak English, talk to them in the local language. They have a limitation in their body. They can't walk. You can't ask them to take a hiking problem. You understand? So give them a problem which they can do while sitting in their desk, which could be otherwise. So select activities. If you have a specially bodied student in a classroom, for them, select a problem which is most suited for them, which will encourage participation of all learners. There are certain, research has shown that most women take up biology and don't do well in maths or physics. Are you ready to break those gender stereotypes and test it and then, work around them? There are certain culturally inappropriate activities. Would you promote them in classrooms? I can talk about Indonesia, a Muslim country. Drinking is, if I'm using an example of impact of alcohol, that's not culturally appropriate. Students may not be even able to research it. But coming to Australia, where it's not a tabooed behavior, although we are not allowed to serve alcohol in educational institutions, or certain venues have to have specific permission to serve alcohol in those spaces. But researching a lot around negative impact of alcohol on a body can be done. But in Indonesia, you can't. So it should be culturally appropriate. Can we provide differentiated learning opportunities? That is another, again, if I'm talking about an able-bodied and not so able-bodied students, can we run it in the classroom? And accessibility and equity to the students. It is, I had a beautiful picture, is if I have two students working at two different ability levels, where do we put them? Are we putting the benches together and one short will be here and a tall will be there? Or our size of the bench has to change? I would say the size of the bench has to change. So in a way, I would say it's really very important and being very sensitive to it for a teacher to know how we can encourage equity and inclusion for all students. And there is no one answer for this. It is the sensitivity of the teacher and their art and skill, how they navigate around it. Now, again, global perspective on STEM education. There are many international trends, and I would say Singapore, countries like Singapore, Finland, Australia, United States, or South Korea, they are doing really, really well in STEM education. And I did show you a picture, a report developed by World Bank sometime back in last week or week before, how well these countries are doing. And why is it happening? Because their education is innovation driven. They have started using lots of digital technologies in the education and are talking about sustainability education. Last decade was the decade of sustainability. They are talking about or incorporating United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in their education. And through that, they are focusing on workforce readiness. If you look at all these countries, their population is very low and they do need workforce. They are short of workforce. They are importing workforce from the other countries. And they have realized that STEM education is central to national development strategies, and they're doing well. Indonesia is on the trend, as I showed you, the positive scale, but we do need to improve more. We do need to include more STEM graduates. We need to produce more STEM graduates. So what will happen in future? More and more artificial intelligence is coming in education, which is a danger, but I don't know how to manage it at this stage. I'm hoping something will come into being. And it's not only happening in the classrooms only, it is happening in the academia. I know of some people who would publish maybe 2 to 3 papers a year, and they have published nearly 30 plus papers in 2025. And they're using artificial intelligence. Some of our students are using artificial intelligence in writing their essay type assignment. So it is a challenge, but artificial intelligence is going to stay. So we will have to find ways of how to use it impactfully in education. We are and will have to incorporate coding from early years, and there are very simple activities developed around coding in early years. We are starting teaching of coding right from the early childhood in early childhood centers. Robotics and automation is going to stay. We will have to talk about sustainability. We will have to bring sustainability education in STEM classrooms, STEM primary classrooms. Virtual and augmented reality will also happen there. And more so, we will have to bring interdisciplinary project-based learning in STEM classrooms. Through this, we will have future-ready teachers who will be ready to adopt the evolving educational technologies, because educational technologies are changing so fast that you buy software this year next year that will be redundant. So our teachers will have to be ready to adopt and adapt to new technologies. So what do we do for teacher education programs? Well, we'll have to strengthen STEM integration in teacher preparation, both pedagogy as well as content, not only pedagogy. We will have to increase practical classroom experiences. That means give students hands-on activities, and those activities have to have interdisciplinary collaboration with digital technologies, and both teachers and students will have to reflect on their inquiry-based practices. And as I said, we do have them in the teacher preparation, but when they are in the profession, we will have to incorporate professional learning. That means professional development learning, professional development ongoing, and that's the key to successful STEM implementation. In conclusion, I would say STEM education develops essential 21st century competencies in students as well as teachers. And these teachers play a critical role in running and nurturing STEM learning. Effective STEM teaching requires inquiry, integration, and innovation. Teacher education and professional development is essential, and STEM education prepares students for future challenges and opportunities. And challenges can be met if they have the 4 C's, if they have the 21st century skills, which should be incorporated right from the primary education, and students should have learned them. And if we are empowering teachers to shape innovative problem solvers for tomorrow, that is the way. That's my take on it. I had kept in this, my presentation, few more slides around learning environment, but I think this is what I wanted to convey because we are running out of time. I will give these 15 minutes to you people for asking me any questions around it. Thank you very much and welcome. Any questions are welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Reka Cole. Today's presentation was really insightful and inspiring for us. Your explanation of STEM education in primary school provide us with valuable perspective, and the things that I got from your presentation is the key of successful STEM implementation in science learning is having a teacher who are willing to continuously learn and develop their competencies.
Yeah,
We
that's it.
greatly appreciate, Prof.
Thank
Now,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the question and answer session. Participants who would like to ask question are kindly invited to raise their virtual hand, or you can write your question in the Zoom chat box. Prof, maybe I want to ask some questions.
Definitely.
In sustainability focused STEM projects in Indonesia, teacher often ask students to create something useful products from waste materials. For example, using a coffee sachet, use coffee sachet or detergent packaging, and make some bags, maybe like that. However, the students sometimes perceive these activities just an assignment, rather than having opportunities to understand that uh, the assignment is brought to environmental issues. How can teachers design and facilitate such projects in ways to foster a deeper understanding of sustainability and encourage lasting change in student attitudes and everyday behaviors, Prof?
Again, here it's the pedagogical knowledge. It's what's happened is because teachers themselves are not well trained. They are doing an activity in isolation. So any activity has to be accompanied with some background. So what's the background of this activity? Why are we doing it? What's it like if they're talking about sustainability and asking them to make an item from waste material? The thing is, are you going to use it? Why are we doing it? And if we are making an item out of this waste material, will it decrease the waste material or sustainability in the community? So what teacher is doing, they're only doing the activity. They're not talking about the impact. So for students, it's very important to talk about the impact. When you talk about the impact, there's ways of thinking about this activity will change. I can give you an example of I took these, water bottles in a classroom, and I said, okay, what do you want to make with this? There were multiple ways they talked about, flower vases and regular lampshades and all that. But one student, innovatively, they cut it, or it was a group, they cut it in a way and suppressed it and made it into a shoe and put your foot in it. And the student said, in that gap, they had a gap, they had put a red color. They said, we can change the color of our shoe every day. And what they had done, I said, but it's not practical. These students go home and had put base of an old shoe under it. It was wonderful to see that from a waste material, they created a shoe which could be used in different occasions, in different ways, and especially the same thing, you put different color paper and you can wear, it was a lady's shoe with different dresses. It was really innovative. Even I had not thought about it. So it's the purpose has to be explained to students. It doesn't have to be out of context. It has to be in the context. Why are we doing it? Does that answer your question, Nathania? Nathania, you're frozen. Yeah. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really answered my questions. So we should say the purpose of our projects
Yeah,
first.
purpose and then impact. When it comes to sustainability, you have to talk about the impact.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Reka Cole. The next question is from Miss Rosita.
Yes, Miss Natania. Thank you, Miss Natania, for the opportunities. I want to ask to Prof. Rekakol the slide of the changing role of primary teachers, such as the teachers should become designers of meaningful learning experience rather than merely providers of information. In the age of artificial intelligence and readily accessible information, what unique role should teacher continue to play in shaping student learning and development, Prof? Thank you.
Of course, teacher has to be central in giving them the information, because artificial intelligence, or I would say any online information right now, it can be correct, but it can be incorrect as well. So when we talk about the 4 C's, and we have to give them skills of iterating the right knowledge. They may be carrying this knowledge through internet and artificial intelligence, but because if we are giving them the skill of critical thinking, they will have to think the knowledge which is coming through artificial intelligence or any other source, whether it's correct or incorrect. And that's where the teacher's role will come into being. Does that answer your question, Rosita?
Yes, Prof. Thank you for your explanation. I agree that despite the rapid development of AI and easy access to information, Prof, so teachers continue to play an irreplaceable role in guiding students' cognitive, social, and emotional development, yeah, Prof?
Definitely. And especially emotional development cannot happen through technology. It has to have a human touch.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Miss Rosita, maybe
We have 6
the
more minutes.
participants.
Any
Yeah,
question?
we still have a time.
Yeah.
To all participants who want to ask, you can raise your hand or write your question on Zoom chat box. Okay, from Mrs. Vika.
Yeah, we have a question here. Where is the chat gone? Yes, Ms. Fika is asking, you can very much ask, never ask my permission. Considering that STEM learning often involves complex problem solving and collaboration, how can teachers effectively implement STEM education in classrooms that includes slow learners without reducing learning quality and student engagement? It's really a very good question. And if you would have seen, I did talk about inclusivity, equity, and differentiated learning. We do have students who learn at different levels, but if we are promoting collaborative learning, where we are giving them group projects, it is very easy for a teacher to, even a slow learner will learn at the same pace when other students are learning. So collaboration and communication, I would say all four C's, but more so, collaboration and communication is the key. Encourage them to collaborate, encourage them to communicate. If there is a slow learner, ask that student more questions. Ask them meaningful questions, which encourages them to think critically and then answer them. But they are also then collaborating with the rest of the group and getting answers to that. And they are moving at the same pace rest of the class is moving. Does that answer your question, Ms. Fika?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Vika. Does anyone have any further question? We still have a time.
No, I'm happy to stay over time if we have questions.
Okay, Prof.
Yeah. I'm working from home today, so no rush. If there are none, should we then call it a day?
Prof. Reka, maybe I want to ask again. With the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence in education, what should or what competencies the teacher should have or should prioritize to remain effective and relevant in future STEM classroom, Prof?
Are we talking about primary teachers, or I think it's really difficult, but what should they prioritize? Not to let the human touch go, because primary school students still they're developing very fast. So I think it's more of creating curiosity in students, even if there is AI, but how are STEM processes happening? So increase their curiosity. And I would, in base, I say give them projects, inquiry projects. And inquiry projects, even if they use AI, they will have to do things with hands. Get your hands dirty. Go in the garden, do some work. I know in Indonesia, like if there are environmental problems, give them that, and they will develop that inquiry. You're muted, Nathania.
Yeah. Okay, so the teacher still be the maybe facilitator of the STEM
Teacher
in learning. Yeah.
Teacher continues to be the facilitator of learning, and teacher will be the central figure in the classroom. but their roles have changed. Instead of giving the knowledge, they will be facilitating. And facilitation is finding projects, asking questions, and then facilitating learning.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rika. For
Maybe the last and one more, Prof. Rika, I just discussed about the effective, Mbak Natania. Hello, Mbak Natania.
yes, Prof.
Can you
Mar.
see me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can
The
hear you.
last, not question, just discussion maybe. Okay, Prof. Rika, about the effective professional learning. My question is, how about in the Australia, regarding effective professional learning activities for teachers, how is this funded? Is it from the government or from the self-funded by school?
Mhm. Keeping in view, in Australia, we have three systems of educate school. We have three systems. One is the public system, which is what we call the government schools. Second is the Catholic schools. Catholic education is also a big system. And third is independent schools. We do have some schools which have IB curriculum, International Baccalaureates, but they are very few. But if we talk about the systems, we have three distinct independent schools can be anyone. Catholic is Christian Catholic schools and the government schools. Within independent schools, we do get like schools like Islamic schools. In Perth only, we have quite a few Islamic schools, and Shri, you would have gone there when you were here. But as far as public schools are concerned, all public school teachers are required to do 10 days of professional development per year. And that includes, so what happens is all public schools will have a professional development day on first day of the term, because schools here run in terms. So schools have 4 terms. Every term is 10-week long. And in between, you have 2-week holidays, or towards end of the year, which is around Christmas, New Year, schools close for around 5 to 6 weeks. So year is 52 weeks. It's really well organized in Australia. Year is a 52-week year. So schools have 12 weeks of holidays and 40 weeks of teaching. In that 40 weeks, first day and the last day of each term is developed as a professional development day by public schools. Private school, and it is paid by the Department of Education. Then private schools have their own freedom, whichever way they want. And the other 2 remaining days, teachers have freedom, or principals have freedom to choose whichever way they want it. And most of the times, teachers don't spend money from their own pockets. It is paid by either the organization or the government. I'm sorry to say they are not investing. Teachers are not investing on their own.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Reka. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Mbak Natania.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rekakol, for your insightful answer, and thank you for the active participation and engaging discussion. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Rekakol for the insightful presentation and for kindly answering all of the questions from the participants. Thank you very much, Prof. Reka.
Thank you, Nathania. You have been such a lovely girl. I would love to meet with you personally, maybe soon.
Thank you
sometime
very
in the
much, Prof.
future.
Reka.
Thank
There's
you,
time.
everyone, for your patience.
Yeah. For distinguished speakers and participants, we have now come to the end of today's event. Before we officially conclude this session, let us have a photo to capture these meaningful and memorable learning experiences. Everyone, please turn on your camera and don't forget to show your best smile. Okay? Okay, first slide. Second slide. Third slide. And the last slide. Fourth slide. Okay, thank you very much, dear all participants. On behalf of our committee, we would like to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Professor Reka Cole, our distinguished speaker, for sharing her valuable knowledge, expertise, and inspiring insight throughout today's session. Professor Dr. Imam Sujadi, the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Professor Dr. Sri Marmua, Head of the Master Program in Primary School Teacher Education, for her continuous support and dedication throughout this program. All lecturers of the Master Program in Primary School Teacher Education, Mrs. Deka, Program Administrator of the Master Program in Primary School Teacher Education, for her valuable administrative support and coordination. All committee members whose dedication, hard work, and collaboration have made this program possible. And to all participation for your enthusiasm, active engagement, and valuable contribution throughout today's session. As this is the final session of the Visiting Top Professor 2026, we would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to everyone who has contributed to the success of this program. We hope that the knowledge, experiences, and international perspective shared throughout this series will continue to inspire innovation and excellence in primary education. We hope this session provides a valuable knowledge and global perspective for the advancement of primary education. I would also like to apologize for any shortcomings during this event. Thank you for your attention and participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and see you again.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mereka, thank you, Mas Ba. Ya,
Thank
see
you very
you.
much.
Yeah,
Thank you,
just
Prof. Thank you, Prof.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu yang sudah bergabung selama 4 sesi dalam Visiting Top Professor. Semoga ilmunya bermanfaat dari Profesor Reka Cole. Dan jangan lupa, sebentar, untuk presensi dikirim oleh Mbak Deka, tolong diisi terlebih dahulu sebelum meninggalkan room Zoom. Presensi sudah tersedia Bapak Ibu di Zoom chat box, bisa dicek terlebih dahulu. Jika sudah mengisikan, mungkin Bapak Ibu jika ingin melanjutkan aktivitas, silahkan meninggalkan room Zoom. Terima kasih banyak. Saya ucapkan mohon maaf jika ada salah kata dan salah-salah perbuatan. Sebentar saya kirim ulang presensi. Apakah sudah bisa diakses? Baik, sama-sama. Oke, terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu. Saya izin leave Zoom. Jangan lupa mungkin tadi teman-temannya yang sudah join diingatkan untuk mengisi presensi. Terima kasih.